video. This is your personal funky sim pilot. My name is Arkady Gidzenko. I will be your captain for today's flight. And today's flight will take us from Ethiopia to South Africa, from Addis Ababa to Johannesburg International Airport. And again, we'll be flying the PMDG, Boeing 777-F, the freighter variant with Ethiopian cargo livery. This is also one of the liveries that comes with the package. We're doing real world time and real world weather. We're not using GFX, but we are using the other soft people traffic tool. So as I said, real world time and real world weather. So it is pitch black outside. So let's have a look at that. So we got the we're parked here at the Ethiopian cargo ramp here at the hangar. We got the ground power connected, and then we have the airstairs set up. And this will be our office for today. So we do have a couple of seats extra. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have our little cargo area here. So everything is pitch black now. I believe we're actually able to close these doors ourselves, right? There it was. I could have sworn it was somewhere down here if you click something. Anyway, we can use the AFB to close it. So let's get our way to the flight deck. You have this lovely little curtain here, giving it a real casual kind of feel, you know. Just the aircraft that we're using, and there's no passengers or anything. Just a small crew, maybe some company, some other company workers, whatever, you know. All right, so let's think again. So the aircraft is basically in sort of APU kind of state. So let's request the data. So the flight time will be 4 hours and 54 minutes, something like that. So I might go AFK for a little nap. Okay, so departure weather. Here at Addis Ababa is 1103 knots. Visibility 10 miles, scattered clouds. What the hell is that? 02516. Oh, I think it misses, it's 16 degrees. Yeah, it's 025 and then it's 16 degrees Celsius, 4 degrees dew point, QNH 1024. Well, so that is that. So let's turn on the external power, so we don't have to drain the entire batteries here, and or APU is going to drain all the fuel. But we'll set the FMC shortly, and that will also set the fuel. So currently, under these conditions, there is no external model for me that I can show you. There's no lighting here at this airport, in the simulator at least. So it's pretty damn near impossible to see. So we'll have to see that when we land. Before we start on the AD route, let's see if it remembers certain settings. So PMDG setup, aircraft, options, simulation, park and brake realistic, auto swap liners, yes, aero minimums, IRS options, that's also realistic. Okay, cool. the 80 route. Now we can turn on the logo lights. We can turn on the logo lights and the wing lights, but I don't think this will do a whole lot for us, so we can look at the wing inspection lights really, and then there's the logo. Storm light doesn't make much of a difference now, does it? Oh, there it does. Yeah, that's a lot. Use that, I like it. Alright, so let's set up the FMC. So we got the 777-200. Not sure what the decimal 4 means. Looks a bit funny, but it's very likely me. Not knowing about all the designations, all the names. Let's see where we are parked. We're parked here at the cargo apron for Ethiopian. So Charlie 1. Here we go. Will it recognize Charlie 1? Yes, it will. That's always cool. So then we go to route. Let's go back to the inlet here for a second. Okay, so what route it is. So we request from Simiris. We set the payload and we set the fuel and select the route. Okay, we'll load it up. I'm not sure if it entered the route. Oh, it did put in the route. We just need to activate them and execute. I missed that. So that's done. So we have the route, 8 pages. Now we need to put in our departure and arrival before we do anything else. Our OFP cost index 37. And looks like we're cruising 340, but we'll also have a look at the flags page just to be sure. I know it should all be in the OFP here as well. Well, that's quite a document. See, block fuel 48.6. We got 48.7. That's looking good. Final reserves 9.5, 9.6. Now we want to know the departing route. So departing runway 07 right with the SHALA 2 Alpha departure. So 07 right, SHALA 2 Alpha. Oops, that's the wrong button. 07 right. SHALA 2 Alpha. And execute. Our arrival runway will be 03 left with the OKPIT 4 Alpha. So 03 left, pilot Zulu 03 left, and the OKPIT for Alpha. Position Johannesburg, FAOR, JSC, no. So execute, and now we should have the entire flight plan in here as usual. But maybe there's a vectors point there, and we'll have a look at that later. So the Itinerary page, the routes we got, so performance initialization. So 48.7 kilograms, or 48.7 thousand kilograms, and 9.6 on the reserves. 340, cost index of 37. Let's have a look at the legs page and our altitudes. Oh, they have not. Okay, so they're not set yet. So we go back to the init then. So yeah, so let's just accept this. This is looking good. So 07 lights are departing runway. Import from aircraft. Import weather. No meter data available for that station. It may not supply meter data, or you may have input. Oh, so there's no weather. Okay, so can we calculate without weather? That's interesting. Open airport. Weather. Well, there's something here. I'm not sure why it's not picking it up. Oh, that's the wrong button there. So import weather, it doesn't like it. But it looks like we can enter some things ourselves. Importing doesn't work. So wind, temperature, QNH. The wind 110 at 3 knots. Zero at 03, and the temperature 16, and the QNH 1024. So please you can put something in, calculate, and now we get takeoff. So basically toga thrust. Select the temperature 26. Wait, okay, 26. So TO at 26 degrees. Giving us 101.6, 101.8. Well, I'll take it. Select the temperature 26. 161, 165, 166. Trim 4.25. Flaps 5. 4.25, 162, 165, 166. It's slightly different, but I will take the numbers here from the FMS. So that looks completed. And I guess we're pretty much set to go. So now if we look at our legs page, we can see the 340, and then stepping up to 360 at some point. So that's good to know. So I will put in the window 360. So flight director on both sides. LNAV and VNAV can be armed. With wind speed of 250 knots in the speed window. Our departure out of 07 right. Basically take off right turn to Alpha Bravo 801, 13,000 feet or above. Alright, I'll take it. So, do we need anything else? I think we can let's open all the hydraulics and the fuel pumps. I'm not sure about the center fuel pumps. I don't think there's fuel in them, no. So we can leave those off. Turn on the beacon. We arm the emergency lights. And that should be it. With the squawk code. Let's put that on transponder for now. Let's see, what can we do from here? Maybe there's a taxi here. Sometimes I lose track with some of the aircraft. They do have a taxi thingy, others they don't. So we have Navigraph charts, got some preferences. We don't need nav data. We already have that. This is our OFP. And here you can see the weather and everything. All of a sudden there's no meter available, so let's leave that. Okay, so there is nothing here. We should have the fuel, and let's go back to our init ref page. Just see the index performance. Gross weight 278.9. Right, so push back, let's have a look. So 7 right, so they're basically very close by. We will push back nose to the left. We'll taxi out of here over Alpha and then Alpha for 07 right. So push back nose to the left. Tail to the right, nose to the left. Now, I'm not sure if the 777-F actually does have a pushback, just like the 37s have. That would be FS actions, pushback, that is grayed out, just like in the 777-300ER. That's a pity. Okay. Let's close all the doors. So ground operations. Well, there might be something here actually, not sure. Ground operations. So let's see. Close all doors. When you click close all, it doesn't say closing. It's a weird thing. Like release the ground power and remove the chocks. That might actually close some of the doors. Closing, look at that. Ground surface vehicles. The main cargo is still closing. That was the one that was giving us troubles during our first takeoff attempts or flight attempts. And it was exactly a situation like this. But then GSX was running, and that is not running now. So this is just taking its time. We could already see that it's taking its time, that specific door. But okay, cool. Then I think push back and start. It's almost like I'm not totally sure what to do now. The GSX is not running. It's quite nice. I have some sort of well, external kind of trigger for some of these events, you know. It's very easily how you get used to that. Turn on the seatbelt sign. So I'm going to call the pushback helper program. So requesting the tug. And then outside, it's a little bit hard to see. I think we should manage. So there's the tug arriving. I don't think the tug was quite attached yet. Maybe just we wait for that. Look at all those lights, it looks beautiful. So let's first do the pushback, and then after that we'll start our engines. Right, we can stop now. Tug can be disconnected, and we'll set the parking brake. Right, so now let's start up our engines. Engine number 2. Trim was 4.25, I believe. .25. We're 82 miles until the top of climb. Okay, so that's engine number 2. Engine number 1. Okay, so let's turn to our checklist. Function tested, flight instruments, heading and altimeter. We could settle on my heading. .072. flight instruments, heading, altimeter, so the altimeter wasn't that 1024? 027 even it says that. Oh wait, no, that's no one showing that. Once we press the B button, we should be good in all cases. Flight instruments. Fuel control switches. Cut off. Yeah, this is for the pre-flight. Oh, they're not at cut off, but we must override this now. Item override. Then before start, we got our takeoff speed. Video pre-flight completed. Trim is completed. Taxi and takeoff briefings complete as well. Normal. And then before taxi, the NTIs will be automatic. Window heats are on. Recall. Bank T gas is off. And that's it. Auto brake to RTO. I don't know how that happened. I don't remember putting it there. Flight controls, let's say they're checked, and ground equipment clear. And then we got the before takeoff, the flaps to 5. Let's set flaps 5. Park and brake released, and let's get moving. And let's stop for a second. Definitely need some lights. Sometimes in the simulator and on the charts there might be a difference, and it looks like this might be one of those cases. So if we can make a really sharp turn here, then we'll just do that. We don't have to go over the grass. So yeah, sorry about the little detour there. You saw the charts. On the charts it looks perfectly fine. And looking at this, I think I just looked along at the map. Because this looks precisely like what I was expecting. So we were parked even more to the left than I thought then. Here's our runway. Landing lights. Strobe lights. And TCAS to TARA. Oh, we're doing another cargo flight. This time all in Africa. Ethiopian Airlines from Addis Ababa to Johannesburg, South Africa. So let's see, are we good to go? Flaps are at 5, so that's the before takeoff check was completed. Let's get jiggy with it then, shall we? One thing, oops, I think I turned the radio button there, but that's okay. One thing that it didn't do. Let's go menu. Our clock is analog and I would like it digital. Okay, then I think we're now set up. Look at all these lights, man. Looking so cool. Maybe after takeoff we should just immediately go autopilot so we can have a look at it. The takeoff route. Right turn. We're already at 7,660 feet, look at that. QH1017 now. The elapsed time will start running on its own, so we don't have to start the timer. We can just take off. Let's get our legs page up. And I don't like the extreme brightness of this one. And then it's enough LCD, so 50%. And then we set our takeoff thrust. Nice takeoff around, rotate. Look at that, it's almost the entire runway. Okay, positive right, gear up. Man, this looks so cool. Turn on the autopilot immediately. AP on. look like we're quite climbing for some reason, does it?
Climb. Climb.
Okay, flaps up.
Clear of conflict.
So there was traffic there. Okay, landing gear up. And flaps are up as well. So that will check momentarily. Can turn off the runway turn-off lights and the taxi lights. And we can also get some lights going on here on the flight deck as well. So after takeoff, checklist completed. And then there's our descent checklist. So we'll put this at con for now. Look at that city, man. So transition altitude, let's have a look at that. I have no clue. Well, that is quite high from takeoff. Transition altitude 14,000 feet, which is basically around 7,000 then. As you can see, we have the wing inspection lights on still. That's totally not needed. I don't like it, I'm leaving them on for now, I guess. But I must say I forgot about them, but now that they're on, that's okay too. No standard pressure. Checking out the stars. There's a lot of stars are visible right now. There's the city lights behind us. Alright, let's get back into character. So elapsed time 5 minutes. 16,000, so let's turn off the landing lights now. And we could also put the seatbelts to auto. There, got some working lights going on. Top of climb coming up like that. Right, so while we keep on climbing, I will get a new iced tea and I will be right back. Let's actually go to the galley for that. So think we're back. Well, let's get back to the flight deck then. I mean, don't you love that curtain? Look at it, it's so homey, you know, so... Oops. I feel like it so much. I don't know why. It's just, yeah, what I said, just really homey, like, cozy. Instead of this barricaded door, you know, it's just a little, you could close off, but... Totally cute, can't get enough of it, PMDG. So that's very high up on the overhead panel where we were. Basically just get up out of your seat. If you look where you are now, look at this. That's APU still running. Let's turn that off. $27,500. So where's the top of climb? At SHALA and 30 miles. Top of climb 30 miles, 103 Zulu. Would be nice if we already had the top of descent at our VNAV page. Yeah, little door open. for now. Lights here are off. What do we have here? I believe this one was not interactive, was it? Oh, wait. Main deck cargo door forward control panel. Oh, the video is not available. That's a shame. We're so close. We got some buttons here that we can push. But then the video, unfortunately. Unless it's something that is turned on from the flight deck. Like made available, if you will. So what we're looking at outside, absolute darkness. That's what you get, real world time, real world weather. By the time we arrive, it will be daylight. So main deck cargo door video. So fortunately not showing anything. These buttons appear to be functioning though. Main deck cargo lighting control. Look at that. Side wall. So let's think. We open the door. Yes, we got some lights going on there. Side wall external camera. Wait, set the thing up here. Actually, these are not even clickable. And just turn on all the lights. Let's see what else. Ground service ceiling lights. Right. Oh well, also turns it on in here. And actually not here on in the cargo. Alright. Well, enough excursion for 5 minutes. Well, you can just turn it off completely. Look at that. That's pretty nice. So for people want a little bit of rest, I guess. Alright, so that's a little bit too much, isn't it? Alright, cute. Does the phone work? Well, clicking something probably on the flight deck. That's just sitting there behind, you know. Sometimes you think you click something here and then it's not working. And it just turned off the autopilot. So I cannot get enough of this little curtain. This little curtainy sound. Beautiful. It just feels like you're walking at home with your sleepers on, you know. Probably some of these guys are, you know, flying these long haul flights with no passengers or anything, you know. You don't have to accommodate everybody, anybody, you know. It's totally different game. Right, so now 34,000 and we set out to 36,000, so hopefully it's going to step climb. This is all predicted, and we said it should have auto step climb enabled. And we're on a VNAV path. 36,000 still out, so I'm expecting it would auto climb, and we should be able to see this at our progress page. But that's only in 1381 miles. We've burned enough fuel by then that we are better to climb, but that's at 0400 hours, so it's in 3 hours, so by the time hopefully I'll be napping. So when the increase the view here on the navigational display, there's a couple of waypoints there. It's getting a little bit more busy, but we can have a look ahead. So progress page, arrival at our Tambo International Airport, Johannesburg, 0537 Zulu, with 12.3 kilograms of fuel remaining. So it's in 2,099 miles. So 5:37. It's about 4.5 hours from now then. So on the flight plan we could see, let's go to the end, there's vectors. So I want to set that up correctly. So the 120 India. So we have to look at our arrival chart. And let's also get our final approach chart for airport Johannesburg. And then the approach, we should have 03. Which one did we have? 03 left. That's ILS Zulu, that's ours. Alright, so this is our approach. Where are you? Come here. On the arrival, rather not the approach, the arrival from OKPIT. We got the 4 Bravo or the 4 Alpha, I believe it was the 4 Bravo. Anyway, let's see, this is taking us. .4 Alpha, the OKPIT 4 Alpha arrival. Talking for Alpha, this one, JSV 26. It's taking us this way. Okay, so we get vectors. We have Delta 120 India. Delta 120 India, and then after that we'll get vectors, okay? And from here, well, actually it's looking fine. If we now look at the final approach shots, there might be some other waypoints that we could add perhaps, and sometimes there is none. Let's get our plan view up here on the nav display. So OKPIT. So this is the situation right now. So let's maybe start with setting a range link around the runway. That will have also then when we're looking here, we have a lot. It helps us to pinpoint everything in one go. Runway 03 left, we copy it, big page, where are you? And we paste. And then 034, so the reciprocal to the left, that would be 214. So bearing 214, this will give us the extended runway center line. And then the distance, let's start with the ILS chart. So at 11 nautical miles from JSV, which is Johannesburg VOR. Is there also from JSI, from the ILS? Doesn't really show it. I guess okay, so let's just use like 11 miles, should be okay. So 11 miles. And then around here we can now see where with the approach to the runway, so we're coming from this side to Delta 120 India. And then we should get vectors. And then the first runway, the first waypoint will be Charlie India 03 left. You can see this on our legs page, so Delta 120 India, and then vectors, and then we'll get Charlie India 03 left. So that's a little bit of a sharp turn if we were to do it like this. So we will definitely keep on flying this leg, and then maybe we could add another ring at say 20 nautical miles or so. Oops. Fixed page. So 214 at 20. Let's see what that's going to look like. 21420. Something like that should be okay, right? So we just follow Delta 120 India. We'll just keep on following that heading, and then we just do a right turn and turn on the localizer, and then we should have plenty of space there. Sometimes you can look at the charts, you know, and then there might be like a different waypoint, for instance. And ours is already starting right here, so there's no waypoint below on the chart here, so we'll just do it differently. Could maybe sometimes see waypoints. Sometimes you might see a waypoint here, but I'm not actually sure if it also works with the plan page. Might only work with the map page though. Not sure about that. Oops, not stations, waypoints. Right, back to map. Maximum view. So yeah, that's sort of the setup for the arrival. And we could perhaps go to route number 2. So we're now on route 1. And there's no way to copy. Do this again. So we go to route 1. Route copy. So now if we go to route 2, we should have the entire route in here as well. We're not going to activate it. But we could, for instance, now if we go to the legs page, we have route 2 legs. And when we go to departure arrival, we have route 1, the active, and we have route 2. So we could, for instance, put in the opposite runway to 03 left. So 21 right to the head ILS. For 21 right they do, so we could put that in. For instance, the OKPIT for Bravo, let's see. Yeah, that should work out. The OKPIT is for 2 directions really. The OKPIT for Bravo would be this one. So let's say we can always fly to OKPIT, and then we just could, you know, depending on the wind, we could choose the other route, so we don't have to change it in our flight plan. So we choose OKPIT for Bravo for 21 right. And then I believe there's no way to actually, you don't have to save it or anything. I believe this is just as is for now. So I think if we now go to the legs page, we have a route 2 legs, and then we would check the last bit there. You should see that we have 21 right, 21 right, vectors even. So yeah, so OKPIT Juliet Sierra Victor 34, Delta 086 Romeo. Okay. But we won't activate, so let's just go back to route 1 legs, the actual. Yeah, so this is all looking good again. Wait. 6. I don't want to have anything else. I don't want any ambiguity. Okay. So we'll leave it at the legs page. And our progress page. Yes, the top of climb is still a while out, so left along the top of descent, that will not show it quite yet. Top climb to 360. But if our estimated time of arrival is 5:36, then around 5 o'clock would be the top of descent. So I will be back at 4 o'clock Zulu, so that there's plenty of time to prepare. We could set some other things in the meantime. So just like our departure airport, which was at around 7,000. That was even higher than Johannesburg. Johannesburg is at 5,000 558 feet, also really high. Decision altitude, we could put in 200 feet radio altitude, or actually 100 we can do with this aircraft, so let's just dial that in. We select a radio, we go to 100. There it is. Uh, 155 knots at flaps 30 is our F speed. This will go down to like 140, I think. We're still burning quite a lot of fuel. We're now carrying 41.2 thousand kilograms. By the time we land, that will be down to 12.3. So that's quite a lot to burn. So we'll definitely note that in our. But should we land now? At flaps 30 we would require a speed of 155 knots on final approach, plus 5 for the wind would be 160 knots. We will not enter this just yet, it's really way too early. You have descent checklist here, we don't need that. We can go to the com page and we can request our weather. We go flight information and agent request. And then just type in the airport in here in the scratch pad. So FAOR, and then you can click there and it will enter it there. There you go. And I always like to choose PMDG because I'm never really online with these things. And then auto, so it will auto update as well. And this should get us the weather reports nice and organized. And we could also see where the top of descent is, at least more or less. So let's go plan page. Top of descent saying there before Dungo. Next page, that is our weather. Dungo. So now for Dungo we got Golf Whiskey Vector VOR. So after Dungo, it was actually after Dungo, before NESAG. So let's say Dungo. Let's say around Dumgo we create a ring of 100 nautical miles. So Dumgo, we just copy it like this. We go to the fixed page again, but now we do next page to where that's sitting the empty squares. We paste it in. And bearing we don't care, so we just do forward slash, so nothing for the bearing. And we just say 100 nautical miles. And then when we would be looking at the, let's say we go to the map view and we zoom all the way out really. Sometimes you could see like a little start of a circle, for instance. You could have some sort of eyeball, so a eyeball park, if you want to call it that, of where the general area would be, you know, more of like on a intuitive kind of level. And the same would go if you know, go through your waypoint or your flight plan like this, but this is a little bit different. This will definitely help out. I always like these things. Let's keep this at maximum range. So there was new weather. Got the com message there. So new messages. Currently information Foxtrot at 1 Zulu, 22 minutes ago. Surface wind 1 at 0 degrees, 2 knots, visibility 10, cloud view at 1700 feet, temperature 12, 2.10, QNH 1027. Surface wind 1 at 0. So let's have a look at the runway. So 180. So that would actually mean that we would have to land runway 21 right, or 21 left, whichever. But yeah, so in that sense, looks like our runway is not going to be the correct runway for us. You can also have a look at the ATIS. Sometimes there is ATIS information visible. So FAOR, Johannesburg, weather ATIS. There's no real world ATIS available, not from IVAO, pilot edge, VETSIM. No, so there's no ATIS. But sometimes you will actually see a situation like this, where the wind is from 180, but they're still using runway 03 left, for instance. So basically they're sort of landing with a tailwind. I don't know why, but sometimes they do that. So we keep on monitoring the situation as it develops. But it looks like what we said earlier, if we go to the route, basically the route 2 legs, we can just click it. We would at some point maybe just activate and yeah, just set up for runway 21 right. And that's a very nice way of keeping these things separate. You could, you know, instead of like messing with your current active flight plan, you just copy that and just change the other one. And then once you're satisfied with that, you activate it and they'll swap around. So let's cancel this so that we get rid of the COM message right there. Otherwise it's going to keep on saying that there's unable to provide ATIS at this time. Sure, cancel that. And that message is now gone. And then PMDG are very considerate for people who are doing long haul flights who would love to develop some OCD. They can just get all their nervous energy into clicking that little button right there. And I must say, I do not get tired of it easily. Look at that. That's funny, man. Okay, so what's going on outside? Pitch black, man. There's some really remote areas when you're flying over Africa for sure. Some really remote areas. So this is our route. So yeah, man, let's fly to Johannesburg. So this is an interesting thing that I noticed. We were at route 2 legs, and then I figured, I got a brainwave thinking, oh, I want to check the progress page. And then immediately I was thinking, what if I switch back to legs? Will that reset? And it doesn't. It will say route 2. So that is actually a thing to keep in mind. You don't want to leave any mistakes, you know, like leave things a chance. So active route 1, and then there's the legs. On the way to RUDOL, 13 miles, and then LOTAS, which is 188 miles, 95, 16, 16. So there's quite a bit of waypoints that are separated by 100 miles or more. Most of them are somewhat closer together, and then we're there. Let's also look at the glide slope intercept altitude. We don't have to remember this for now. We will go over all of this before we start our descent. But it's good to have reviewed it. Transition altitude will be 8,000 feet. Now, bear in mind, 8,000 feet, the runway is at 5,500. This is basically 3,500 feet above the surface. So quite low. And by that time, usually you have your hands full. On the localizer, you maintain 180 knots until 10 dmi from Juliet Sierra, India, and that's actually the runway identifier. Basically, here they do the same things. There's like a range link at 10 nautical miles from the runway threshold, and it's saying on localizer maintain 180 knots until 10 nautical miles from Juliet Sierra, India, which is our runway. So that's this line. So after that, we'll start decelerating even further. So the glide slope intercept altitude is 8,000. It's basically the same as the transition altitude. So this will also be the altitude that we will enter into the window before we start descending. But for now we'll keep it at 36,000 because we still need to do a step climb from 34,000 to 36,000 in about 3 hours or so. When these weren't enough fuel, so that we can actually go a little bit higher and save a little bit more on our fuel. And engine efficiency. And everything. So 42 minutes into the flight. So we're not using the center tanks. The flight was not long enough for that. So the center fuel pumps, we don't need those. There's no pressure. So what they did not model, but they did model only like the placards, crew rest only, keep out, open door slowly. But if you go through this just pitch black, there's nothing you can see. So that's a bit of a bummer. I would totally love that. Just the way I love this little curtain here. I would just love if there was like a little bed that you could, so just like this, like you can sit here, you know, or pretend that you're sitting here. We love to play pretend, you know. And yeah, it would be really cool if there would be like a little space where you could rest your head. And obviously some vodka, some whiskey, some gin, you know, that would also be very nice. You just put it in your coffee. And yeah, I guess that's what they mean with happy landings. So yeah, we're not carrying any passengers today, it's just cargo. See if we can figure out how to turn on all those lights back there. Was this something? No, it's just looking pretty. So I have totally not studied this at all. Main deck, cargo lighting, control, ceiling. Just not sure. I thought I'd turn them on, actually turn them over, so I think that should actually now be all on. Sidewall. And the sidewall, I think, was the only one and the most easy one to see. Look, there's nothing here on the sidewall, so then we can confirm. Turn that on. That up. There you go. So up is on. Oops. So ceiling. Exterior camera, I'm not sure. Not really sure what this is. Let's just turn it all on. We could do brightness and off, but that's actually in here. Although it's quite nice if you want to stay awake. So this is still pitch black, so we're definitely missing something. So maybe there is something actually being controlled from... that's pretty cute. Maybe something controlled from the flight deck. And what are they saying here? Main deck, cargo door. So this for the door. So let's just not touch this in flight. There is a whole instruction here. Ground service, emergency lights, test, emergency lights. Well, let's not use emergency lights. Let's maybe overdoing it a little bit. And they're saying some interesting things here as well. In-flight access is actually limited. Maximum 3 persons for cargo operations, which we're doing now. No animals. Maximum 11 persons for animal carriage operations. So let's say we're transporting horses. You know, then apparently it's okay for 11 people to be there during the flight. Occupancy of the cargo compartment prohibited during taxi, takeoff and landing. And then each occupant must carry portable oxygen bottle with full face mask when entering the cargo compartment. So it's pretty, you know, it's pretty serious. Not just like, yeah, sure man, just walk around. No, there's some rules for that, obviously. So let's head to the flight deck and see with our lighting what we can do. I don't think actually the aircraft has different lighting for the freighter variant. The dome, storm around, and actually then there must be some. Let's have a look here. Window heating, that's stuff we don't need. Engine start selectors, cargo fire, temperature, air conditioning, air system, pressurization, anti-ice. These are external lights. Generators and the electrical panel. Now we have our circuit breakers up here. Then there were some all the way over here. Let's see what this is. Backup window heat, standby power. So this is all not light related. This one we checked earlier. Some maintenance functions there. So I'm not sure how to turn on the lights back there. Is there another panel, or are we missing something? Could also maybe something that we need to do in the FMC. I'm now realizing that is very PMDG-like, so definitely worth checking out. And there's nothing else here. Let's check the FMC menu and maybe FS actions. Fuel payload doors, pushback cabin lights. Look at that. Lights auto or manual. Cabin full, galley full. What did I just do? Level 10,000. Okay, let's go manual. Don't think that did it. Nope. And we also have a shortcut here. some of the stuff that we're carrying. These 2 cars. Cargo door, so that we're not looking for door controls. Flight deck hall. Cute. Hey Captain, what are you wearing? What do we have here? Local control panel. Center line drive system. These are not clickable. I'm looking for a lighting panel, really. For control is just a repetition of what we saw before. Some, oh, these are not the PMDG boxes, these are Yorkshire T. So I'm beginning to think there might not be a lighting panel down here. There's one little window as well here, but you know, there's nothing to see outside. Here's the PMDG boxes. Look at that PMDG. Oh, there's a little party going on here. Look at that. I don't know if we should be afraid now. Yeah, this is really just for the door. So if we turn off the flashlight, well, it does look cool. I must say that, it looks cool. But I couldn't save my grandmother in this light. Let's go back to the flight deck. So, cabin lights, we just had manual, cabin full, galley full, and you can say 50% or off. The cabin light off, or full, or 50%. The 10,000 feet, or the 10,000% that are on stand, turn it off, full. How the hell did that get to 10,000? Anyway, we'll just leave this. I was hoping to get some lights back there. Looks like there's some civilization there below us. Some red lights, white lights. The weather report we got, I believe, was from 1. No, I think they have 1 hourly update then, and not 2 updates, not half hourly updates. one was actually issued at 0100. And that's 43 minutes ago, so it is 1 hourly update, if at all. But that's definitely an interesting thing to keep checking, because yeah, basically the wind is coming from the totally different direction than we were anticipating. Now I'm not sure, I want to try something. The plan page. Can we also view the plan page on the route 2? Looks like it. What's the... no, that's not it. Yeah, there you go. Sure, let's see what this is showing us. Route 2 legs. So it keeps the fix there actually. So that's interesting. So it just applies the fix to any route. So OKPIT, let's see. Juliet Sierra Victor 34. So it looks like it showed the route number 2 in blue. And then the intercept, and then Delta 086 Romeo. So let's go there. 0860, and what comes after that, and then vectors 21 right. So it looks a little bit messy with the I think it's magenta or cyan. I'm a little bad with these weird names. So the pink line, that looks to be, so yeah, it looks a little bit messy, a little bit cluttered. I wish you could go one step up. I don't think you can, so just do previous page. Okay, so take us to Delta 0860. Yeah, so we should then indeed, we could actually then enter Juliet Sierra Victor 26 as a waypoint. We'll be turning right, and there's a waypoint right there, and we could use that as a jump to the center fix to one right. So let's just go ahead and try that. So Juliet Sierra Victor 26. Juliet Sierra Victor 26. And where do we place that? We have 086 Oscar. So step. And then vectors. So put that off to vectors. And then we remove the discontinuity. So now we get, if we follow the blue line, sure if you can see properly. Might be a little bit small on the screen at home. So 086 Oscar, or 0, actually it looked like a, oh. Then we go up to Juliet Sierra Victor 26, and then that's the blue line there, and that's taking left turn. So that should be okay. It's already giving us this 11 miles. Let's check the final approach chart for runway 21 right as well, before we do anything else. Charts, ILS runway 21 right, so let's put a pin in that one as well. Let's check this out. So here the glide slope will start at 7.7 nautical miles from Juliet Bravo India, which is probably the runway identifier in this case. 7.7 miles, also at 8,000 feet. So this link is at 11 miles. So this link is actually, it's a fix that we put on the fix page. That's actually a fix for runway 03 left. So yeah, we would have to delete this one and that one as well to have some clearer view. I mean, unless it's now going to make blue lines, but I don't think so. Like a blue fix, you know. We're gonna see what's going to happen, but we're just probably going to mess it up. We're still at the route 2 legs, so that's good. Although we're not changing anything. That's what we're doing now. Runway 21 right, go to the fixed page, and we find an empty spot. And then the reciprocal, this is 034, and the distance was 7.7, so let's say 8. As you can see, it's getting really messy. But it's okay, you know, these are, we could like delete them and add them again and all that stuff. For now, I'll just erase this fix though. Let's say we get closer and closer and closer, and the wind is not changing back, so in other words, we will actually have to proceed with the second route for the landing in opposite direction on runway 12 right. Then yeah, then we'll just look at it in a little bit more detail. We'll delete the fixes that belong to the current runway. So we'll keep the current runway still active, and we'll keep the current flight plan still active. So the route is now showing route 1, so that's 2, so let's go to route 1 and saying active. So that's the one that we're in now, just to be on the safe side. You know what we'll do? We'll delete this fix, and we'll actually carry on planning. Just planning to have options. So let's first display route number 2. We'll have to do the same thing again here. Runway 07 right. No. Hang on a second. There you go. Wait, I'm not so sure about this. I should go to the legs page. There you go. This is the one I need. So runway 21 right, 6 page, paste. And that was the reciprocal was 034 degrees. And then we set 8 miles. So if we follow the blue line, this will be our approach, arrival and approach for runway 21 right, which is in the opposite direction. That will take us up to Juliet Sierra Victor 26 that we sort of added to the flight plan somewhere. And then you can see it's taking us to Charlie India 21 right. And there the circle starts, basically the final fix, that's where the glide slope starts. So we can sort of eyeball a little bit if we like this, yes or no, you know, if we think we can make it. Can we make it? Can we make this turn? And then, you know, it's not like you're immediately flying straight, right? So you're always lagging around a little bit. So by this time we'll start the localizer, turn on the localizer, see if we can intercept as quickly as possible. But we also want to have some time to properly decelerate. So yeah, so this is definitely helping with the planning. For now we're not deciding anything. This is sitting right here looking pretty in our second route number 2. Basically it's secondary flight plan, if you will. Anything else? So the final approach chart for 07 left, 03 left, that was actually saying, where is it? On localizer maintain 180 knots until 10 nautical miles from Juliet Bravo India. This is yeah, this is what it says for 21 right, so that's basically the same deal. If you go to the 03 left, it will say on localizer 180 knots until 10 nautical miles with Juliet Sierra India. That's the opposite direction. So you could maybe say, let's also put a ring at 10 miles, but you don't have to put all these kinds of rings, it's kind of defeating the purpose. Yeah, so basically it would be nice if there was a waypoint before this, so next to Juliet Sierra Victor 26. Yeah, it doesn't look like there is. If we are on the correct chart, we are. So we'll have to do it like this. We can also, after Juliet Sierra Victor 26, this one, we're coming flying north. And we'll just do a left turn, basically heading, let's say 280 or something. Could also do that, would save us a bit of time. And we could try, maybe to add a waypoint. So, shall we try that? That would be nice. We've tried this before. So Juliet Sierra Victor 26, let's try that. That would be cool. We'll need to go to the legs page, and then that's going, unfortunately, so we have to go back first. That's always a little bit lame, but here we are. Can we zoom in a little bit further, maybe? Yes, we can. Let's see if we can create a waypoint after that. So basically, copy this, and then we enter into the direction of 280. Just eyeballing that number, or ballparking that number. So let's say 10 miles or so. Oh, that should be forward slash, I believe, and then 10. But I'm not sure if the Boeing does this, the PMDG. looks like we want to do something. Look at that, it's actually doing it. Just not 10 miles. So let's delete that. I will copy this again. Let's go 285. And then / say 8 miles. And that's looking a little bit better. So this was 285 degrees, so let's go 300 degrees. I'm liking this. So now we say, let's go 305 degrees, and let's go 9 miles. That's putting us a little bit over the center line, but the angle I do like. So the angle was 305. And then we'll say, I believe then 8, right? 8 miles, and that's pretty much spot on. Now the cool thing is, we are at the blue one, so route 2. So anything we do here will just remain in route 2. We're still following route number 1. But we can actually make this work, so we now copy the center fix to 1 right, put that on the discontinuity. I keep wanting to execute, press it, but not sure what will happen. Nothing, it just sort of saves it like a live kind of notepad kind of thing. But there it is. So we entered Julia vector 26 and then 305 degrees. That's this direction, and for a duration of 8 nautical miles, and that places the star right there. So then when we come flying here, the blue line, we go up, we go left. This gives us a lot more time to stabilize. So we will do what? We'll leave this in here, go back to the 6th page, and we now get rid of this fixed information. So now we have basically no fixed information at our arrival at all, which is also good because it might force us, I mean, we're not going to forget, but it might force us to remember to set up appropriately. But I'm really liking this. As you may know, it's something I started looking into spontaneously during a recent flight with the MD-11, I believe, and with the Airbus. Well, not and, but like a couple of days ago, I was like, hey man, what do I do with the secondary flight plan? And yeah, this kind of application seems very logical, very efficient. Let's go back to route number 1. So the time is 2:02. So if you want to receive a new, oh, there is actually a new weather. Look at that. New messages. Received at 2. Oh, this was actually right on time. 2 o'clock. Surface wind 120 degrees at 4 knots. Visibility 10. Clouds scattered 1700 feet. Temperature 11.2.9. QNH 1027. So right now it's wind 120 degrees. I'm guessing this would pretty much be crosswind for both directions. 120 would more be from, see this is 90. Yeah, so this would definitely still be runway 21 and not runway 03. let's try one other thing. We're now at the active route, which is route number 1, and we're on the legs page. And it's showing us we're on our way to Etunu. We arrived there in 5 miles. If we now go to route number 2 legs, just curious, it's saying RUDOL and then Etunu. So, what if we activate route 2? Will it now take us back to Etunu? Oh, sorry, from Etunu to RUDOL? That would be weird, right? I know in the Airbus it shouldn't. I would expect the 777 also to not do it. That would be an interesting thing. Maybe if we don't go on plan. Let's see, legs, route 6. So we are on our way to ADGAP. Do we maybe have to do it like this? So we are on our way to ADGAP, so we just click, we are at the route 2, we select ADGAP, and we just put it on RUDOL, and we get gaining energy, Zachary. Yeah, so that works. It all does the same, just with a little bit of different logic behind it, but it all does work eventually, it does the same. Go back to the route page, and then select route number 1. Now go to legs page, and this is the actual route to fly. Okay, cool. I think we'll have to do this later then when I get back. We'll have had some weather updates in the meantime. So planning wise, let's go to our progress page. We do still need to do a step climb, so I'm not sure if the time here, the prediction is all that accurate. Now saying 0533 Zulu, it's landing, so let's say 5:30. So I will be back, we'll start descending at 5, so I try to be back at 0400 hours. That's in 2 hours. So yeah, 2-hour little nap. That sounds lovely. So, that's it for now, I guess. So, back at 0400 hours. Let's do something with the lights. Not that one. Oh, that's those lights. And those lights up here, where were they again? Inboard panel. Don't see anything. Panel flood. I believe these are the flood lights. Yeah, something like that. A little bit, that we can see something. Looks nice and cozy, look at that. To step climb, 800 miles. VNAV, do we have a top descent already maybe on the VNAV page? I don't think it allows two of those 2 times, but So now to decide on a fuel. So if we go here, we have full lights going on. Let's close these doors actually. So the lights are dim and we should be able to turn off these lights completely. Wow. It's pretty cool. A little bit too dark, I guess. Wow, that's so bright. Whoops. Well, yeah, we could look outside and not see a thing. But then again, it's better than nothing. So that's one option, and we could have one of the wing views, but we don't see anything there either. I might like this view nonetheless. So that's it, that's what we'll take. Wing view into nothing. I'll be back in about 2 hours. Then when I get back, we'll check the weather and prepare for the, we'll select the route for our arrival. Alright, so until now, thank you very much for checking. Let me know something, say something in the chat or in the comments. We're curious to see your thoughts. But mostly just enjoy, and I will see you later. ladies and gentlemen. So, looks like we're back. I wasn't quite sure there about the altitude. It was still like 34,000, and the target was 36,000. Looks like it never went up there, but now it looks like it actually needs to be 340. LOTAS told 360. So yeah, so we climbed and then moved back again. So we're back to TLF path, 54,000. We're waiting for the top of descent. Top of descent is now in 364 nautical miles at 513 Zulu. The time is now 4:37 Zulu. So it's in about 45 minutes or so. We probably have a bunch of new weather updates. Clear them all. The latest one being issued 407, 402. Surface wind 120 degrees for north to 120. Here it's 120 as well. Just to clear out all the messages. Alright, so review, flight information, review. Golf India Juliet Kilo Lima at 402, which should be the latest one, Lima. This is giving us surface wind 120 degrees at 4 knots. 1027. So 120 would be 90. Yeah, would be from this direction more or less. I'm still thinking we should probably land runway 21. We don't have to decide just yet. At the same time, the 513 is the top of descent, so at 5 we shall have the latest weather report. We're set up for both the runways now. What's this telling us? There's new weather from 4:30. That's perfectly on time. Beautiful. So now this is saying surface wind 80 degrees, 3 knots. Variable from 30 degrees to 100 degrees. Visibility 4 kilometers. Clouds broken at 200 feet. Temperature 10. So 080 degrees. So that would actually be the opposite runway, still the original one. So we'll see how it develops. Cancel this just to get rid of the message there. So putting the circle around the top of descent. That helps a little bit. So the latest weather report then was wind from 80 degrees and it was only 3 knots. That is the report. Mike. So then at 0400 we had kilos. Or Lima, let's see. Lima at 0400. That was wind 120 degrees, 4 knots. So now we have 3 knots, and hardly anything. So there's no ATIS information available at the moment. It's not a super long flight, we're now 4 hours into the flight. And we'll be standing in about 30 minutes or so. Time 4:44:44. That's cute. it's flight live entertainment. Well, yours truly. Protectors, breathing equipment, 1, crash exit at 2. Where's the crash exit? Fire extinguisher at number 3, I guess. Airline fire extinguisher, crew life vest at 4 and 5. 9 and 8 are crew life vests. We got 2 life vests in the backs of these 2 seats. And full face mask, emergency locator transmitter. Oxygen here. Cool, so the life vest, 2 in each seat. And got the fire axe. Alright, well, let's go sit down again. So there's our Ethiopian cargo, ready to descend. .514 Zulu, it's in about 20 minutes. And at the top of the hour, at 5 o'clock, we will get our latest weather report. Expected to touch down at 5:33. Could get a weather report 3 minutes before touchdown, but by that time we already decided which runway we're going to be landing. The way it's looking now, 4:30 was the latest weather. 080 at 3 degrees. By the way, we're using our Tambo custom scenery for the aircraft. But yeah, you could argue 080, we would actually land on 03, I believe it's the 03 left, right? Left. And I think maybe we can do the same actually as we did for the opposite runway. Let's do that right now. I'll show you what I mean. So we can create a new waypoint basically. So Delta 120 India. And after that it's vectors. Zoom out a little bit again. It might be a little bit hard to see. So Delta 120 India, that's where we're going at some point. And then after that it will give you vectors 211 heading. We just basically keep on flying on that heading. We can do that. We can also maybe create a waypoint. So we have, for instance, here Charlie in the 03 left. But maybe make a waypoint going into the opposite direction. Let's try that. So we're copying Charlie in the 03 Lima. Then we'll add the radial 214. And for how long? Should be 20 miles. Might be new weather update. Unable to find Addis. Okay. So how long for? Let's say 20 miles. We put that onto vectors. That will give us a waypoint right there. So we can do two things. This is not the way I want it. So let's erase. Let's do Delta 120 India. At 211. So same heading. And just put a waypoint after 20 miles. That will get us there. Do that. Let's so that's the one extra waypoint. And then do the same for Charlie India 03 Lima. That is going 214 as a radial. And let's make that 15 miles. See what it's going to look like. We'll place it there. It would look a lot better. So I think that's actually what we'll do. And then the route discontinuity gap, we can close it like that. Look at that. Then we do execute. We're now actually amending our current flight plan to the access route number 1. And then this is what we're getting. Let's go step, and you can see here the new waypoints, just to take us around. Then from here we can turn on the localize. So this is still fully set up for us to land at runway 03 left. Let's put in the fix for 03 left as well. That will be 214. And we need one at 8 miles, I believe. So if we're landing at 03 left, that's what we're setting up now. And the glide slope starts at 8,000 feet. At a distance of 11.0 nautical miles, but actually from the JSV. JSV is the VOR and not the runway identifier. So we should actually, yes, we should actually do it differently. That's not from, yeah, let's do it. Let's clear this out. Erase 6. So, Juliet, Sierra, Victor. And then 214. And this was 11 miles. Now this will still give us the extended runway center line. Look at that, that's the center line going right there. And the ring is telling us where the glide slope will start. So I think that's a good setup. So if we're at 20, 214 at 20. That should work out. So we go back to map view. Can get rid of the other fix one. Tambo, we can erase. The top of the stand coming up there. Here's a new weather report at 3 after the hour. The surface wind 90 degrees at 6 knots. So 90 degrees. variable from 50 to 110. So basically coming for a straight line from your right. Do this runway orientation. Yeah. It's interesting, it's from 50 to 110. 110 would be here, crosswind, and 50 would be here. So we're keeping runway 03 right, 03 left, excuse me. 03 left, we're keeping that. 6 knots, visibility 1000, just 1 kilometer, clouds broken at 100 feet, it looks like there's some fog close to the ground. Temperature 10, dew point 9, QNH 1027. You can also pre-dial that now, 1027. Alright, descent will start 10 minutes. A little less even. Well, it's 5:18 currently. So that's actually 11 minutes. So we've decided on the runway. Surface wind 90 degrees at 6 knots. So this, we've set up very nicely for it. So let's also go and double check. So for runway 03 left, 8,000 feet. Let's start by putting in the altitude, 8,000. So that's one thing. And 100 feet radio altitude for the decision height. We already have that. And the inner ref, the speed now down to 145 knots. Let's select that. So 150 feet with flaps down. Including wind correction is 150. Let's go to the relax page and see if we can look at our speed there. It was saying 180 knots, so let's put this actually in the FMC. Are we on the correct chart? Runway 03 left. On localizer, maintain 180 knots until 10 nautical miles from Juliet Sierra, India. That is the actual runway identifier. So that's basically at let's see, do I have a waypoint there? So let's say 180 there, and then 8,000, so 180 knots, and we must be at 8,000 feet. Maybe we can say 250 knots at Charlie India 002 and flight level 100. 250 knots. Flight level 100. Execute. So it should work out fine for us. Go to the plan page. So Delta 1201. Speed 273. Let's also make the speed 250, but we keep the altitude. Speed 250. So then we just say flight level 118. So top of the set coming up. Go back to map view. About, I don't know, 35 miles? 33 miles? Alright, so big proper descent probably here. We're descending already, we're a little bit low. Let's get our top our descent checklist. So we need to check a couple of things. So the recall, let's check our recall. Well, it's a call message actually, but I think that's the latest weather report that we just saw. Recall. Let's check our recall. See if anything. What's our attention? Nope. Recall checked. Now you can skip auto brake. 2. Landing data V11 minimums. Landing data 110.3034. Quite crucial to check, especially now, since we've played around with a couple of approaches. So we are going to land at the runway 03 left. Runway 03 left. So 110.3034. 110.3034. We have the arrest speed 145. Can have another look. It's still 145. And then we have a radio altitude. And we have set the QNH 1027. That's pre-dialed. Transition altitude was 8,000 feet. Transition altitude 8,000. So landing data VLF minimums. That's complete. Approach briefing has been completed as well. We've looked at it quite extensively. Flight plan, legs, so via OKPIT. Created a couple of waypoints here, just to sort of help us go around the in a better angle. And here's the extended runway center line. And we also changed a little bit of the altitudes and the speeds there as well, to help us, well, hopefully to help us manage our speed. So approach briefing can be completed normal when the approach checklist at the altimeters. We do that at 8,000 feet. So this goes to the legs page, and this goes to map. There's the low clouds that we could see in the weather report. At least it looks like it from this angle. Look at that. And Johannesburg has interesting weather. Basically every afternoon it will just start raining like crazy. Descent is started, so let's also start recording the descent, so that we can also capture our landing. 27,700 feet. We're nicely on profile, hardly any deviation, a little bit low if anything. We're now 4 hours and 33 minutes into the flight. And estimated time of arrival at our Tambo is now 0538. It's in about 15 minutes or so. So maybe the couple of people that we're carrying with us, let's strap them in. We'll turn on the seatbelt sign. And I guess now that we're up here, why not? Let's also turn on the APU. So I believe we should have a weather radar too. I've never tried it, I think, in the 777. We've been playing around with it a little bit. I think it was the 777-600. So it's not showing any precipitation, unless the thing is not working. But I'm not expecting it either, so this will not show you clouds anyway, so let's just turn it off. So a little bit high here, 24. This stops warning queue at 20 feet instead of 30. So 20 miles, so that's the speed 273, flight level 166. And the speed is nicely under control. And so is our descent rate. And now we have a clear view, right? We have DME 19 miles from the runway. That's in a direct line to the localizer. And so at 20 mile range link on this end. So we're now basically flying the reciprocal around about 211 degrees to Delta 120 India. That one right there. And then we created Delta 1201 right there, and then we created a waypoint after that based on Charlie India 03 Lima into that direction. So that will be Charlie India 002, and then we get Charlie India 03 left. So that's what we're doing now. A little bit high, 40 feet, 38. Just get a little bit of speed brakes out. Well, there's our speed brakes. Feet. So this is like speed brakes still extended. We're actually still a little bit high there. Six miles to go to flight level 166. So range to the runway is now 10 nautical miles. I'm keeping the air brakes extended, speed brake extended. You can see the speed is actually picking up a little bit. Okay, so let's get rid of the speed brakes for now. And I don't think we'll have a visual on the runway from this angle with these clouds. But speed brakes are back. And the speed is definitely picking up quite a bit. For those final feet. Then we go to flight level 118, speed 250. Hopefully we can actually make that. Speed brake armed, extended. And command message, let's see. At least we can get rid of the old one. So there's a new one, enable, this was at 524. So we got service with 90, so that's the latest one. Get back to checklist. So this should be around 10,000 feet now. Let's just turn on the landing lights. Speed brake extended. Speed is now okay, I guess. Let's retract the speed brake. I just don't want to go over 250 knots, you know. Putting us a little bit high again. This is actually targeting speed of 273, which is interesting. Yeah, so definitely getting high, so speed brakes again. A bit low. Terrain wise, I believe we're pretty good here. Brake extended, thank you. So speed now targeting 250 knots. Brake extended. When the engines go to idle, we are a little bit high, 62 feet. Turning right now from 1201 to the fix that we created on Charlie, on the center fix 03 left. We have Charlie 002 coming up 100, flight level 100 at speed 250. The range is now 22 miles. Let's just also turn on now the runway turn off light. Why not? And the taxi light. And then after this turn, we can engage the localizer, or arm the localizer. This should help, hopefully, to get the speed under control. So from 250 knots to 180 knots in 40 nautical miles. Speed wants to go over 250, so let's get the speed brakes out once more. Okay, so we're turning now. Let's arm the localizers. DME 22.2. Localizers armed. We're below the glide slope. Targeting speed 240 knots. miles. Localizer capture. We're below the glide slope. We'll have to stabilize. And then we need to watch that pink diamond because we will need to turn on the approach or arm the approach before that reaches our horizon. Yeah. It's slowly coming down at 8,000 feet. It should be here. Range now 16 miles. Speed 240 knots. We should be aiming for 180. So it looks like it's pretty much established for the final approach course. 034, 035 is saying this will keep on correcting, and let's turn on the approach. Now targeting 192, so we're standing by for flaps. So we might have any weather updates. Let's be really quick. Wind 100 degrees, 5 knots, 1027. Okay, let's go back to the checklist. 8,000 feet will be the transition altitude, 1027. Flaps 1. Flaps 5. And let's go to local pressure now. Fortunately, not too much of a difference. So 8,500 feet basically means we're at 3,000. It's saying drag required for 9.2 miles. Can we go flaps 10? So that's 15. Okay, the glide slope capture. Range now 8 nautical miles, so let's drop the gear. We can check this. Speed brake arm. Let's quickly check our VRF speed. 144. So will be 149. Flaps 20. Crew, prepare for landing. Still 149 and flaps full. We're 1300 feet. stabilize like this. So it's poor visibility, look at this man. Can't see anything out of the window just yet.
1,000.
Right, 1000. Let's stay for a little while longer with the autopilot engaged. Right, autopilot off.
500.
We're now hand flying. So 100 feet, we should see the runway. If we don't see the runway, we'll have to do a going out. There's the runway. Wow, look at
Approaching
that.
minimums.
Sync rate.
Minimums.
Sync rate.
Whoops. Continue.
30.
Flare.
20. 10.
Wow. Okay, I think we're down. Welcome to Johannesburg, everybody. Full reverse. Idle. Flaps up. And speed brakes up. So here we are. I did not anticipate that poor of a visibility. I think we drifted there maybe for a little bit, at some point going down a little bit too fast, chasing the, basically chasing the glide slope. And that's the cool thing, right? With real world time and real world weather. You can get these, well, these situations that you sort of do not choose, you know? And that gives it a nice immersive element. Just take a right turn here and we'll just settle down. Totally not the place for us, I guess, but that doesn't matter. There, we'll stop. Parking brake set. Well, here we are. So once again, welcome to Johannesburg. I hope you enjoyed the flight. I guess it's a typical Joburg weather. Right, of super warm and no clouds, and then there's a cloud buildup. There's always something. It's a very cool city, though. Absolutely cool city. Alright, man. So that's it. I would like to thank you very much for checking my video. It's always appreciated. And it's easy to say, but it really is. I appreciate it a lot. So here we are parked at our Tambo International Airport with our Ethiopian cargo. Alright, so thank you very much for checking again, and I will see you all at the next video. Bye bye.